कैमरा नहीं बेच
Okay, guys, so good morning and welcome to the class. So we were discussing hypothesis yesterday, right? So let's continue from the same point. I hope people have revised and पक्का वो तो थोड़ी देर में पता चल जाएगा. Okay, so let's take another example.
Suppose 9.
So read this example and let me know what would be your this thing. What is your null, alternate, and whether it is right, left, or double. Read this example. You're supposed to join from this batch from today, but why? Okay. So how much you have covered in 27? Okay, then that's okay. So basic stats would already have been done. Okay, no problem. But make sure if you feel anything you have missed something, please take it from others. Okay. Your name. Your name. हाँ प्लीज पढ़ो बताओ. तुम रीड करो. नहीं तुम्हारे बाजू वाला तो इसके से रीड करो. Bonds. Okay, thank you. थोड़ा reading और अच्छी करो, ठीक है? So let me read it out once more. So blood glucose levels for obese patients have been found traditionally to be around 120 with standard deviation of 18. Our diabetologist prescribes a new diet and claims that it will have mostly a positive effect on blood glucose levels, but also warns that some patients it may have a negative effect as well. A sample of 81 patients who have tried the new diet have a mean glucose level of 110. Question: test whether the diet had an effect at 5% level of significance. Okay. So this is the problem statement given. You have to tell me what is your null alternate and whether it is right, left, or double. The same thing which we have been doing yesterday. And then we'll start putting the formulas. Design your null, design your alternate, design your, tell me whether it's right, left, or double. I hope people understand what is obese. Obese is people who are little on the fatter side. What would be the null? What would be the alternate? And whether it's a right tail, left tail, or double tail test. Everyone start putting your statements on the chat window, please. Let me have a read. तुम लोग तो बोल रहे थे रिवाइज करके आए हो. Okay, so I'm getting one answer. HO is 120. I don't want these type of answers. I want a proper answer. Or statement, proper English statement. Well, let me call out some names. Amol, Bhupesh, Dhruv, Rahul, Rutuja, Shreyas, Vaishnavi, Shubham. Guys, I'm waiting for the answer from the chat. Someone has unmuted. I don't know who that person is. So Karthik, who is Karthik? Blood glucose. Reduce for please. Blood glucose level of obese patient is around 120. H1 is blood glucose level of obese patient is not around 120. It's a double tail test. HO, the new diet plan is effective. Vaishnavi says. Okay. What about others? So I have got answer only from 3 people. What about others? So whether right or wrong, but at least Karthik and Vaishnavi have given a try. बाकी लोगों का क्या है? Bhupesh, blood glucose level for obese patient is 120. Okay, so Bhupesh, it is right, left, or double? So from the last row, only one person has answered. What about other 4? Okay, so I'm getting few more answers. So that says it's a double tail test because we are comparing. So HO is equal to 120 and HO is equal to not equal to 120. HO blood glucose level at 110. HO blood glucose level is not 110. So it's a double tail test. It's a right tail test. सो किस किसने आंसर किया? भूपेश, कार्तिक, वैष्णवी, सिद्धार्थ, ध्रुव। 5 people. What about others? What about you? चैट पे लिख के बताओ एग्जैक्ट स्टेटमेंट। राइट इट। लीडर ऑफ द क्लास तुम भी लिखो क्या है आंसर। एक अपोजिशन लीडर भी बना देता है ना। Okay, I'll give you one hint. Till this time, all the answers are wrong. None of the answer is 100% right. There is some or the other mistake in all the answers. So those who have given the answer, again, go back and try to redesign your answer. Some of them may be technically right, but they have not explained it in a better manner, in a proper manner. Okay, can someone tell me what all things I had mentioned yesterday to keep in mind while designing your null hypothesis or alternate? क्या-क्या चीजें ध्यान रखनी थी? So first thing was, don't use the sample parameter. Am I right? Now some people have used the sample parameter. So this 110 is coming on the sample. So obviously this 110 should not be used. So all those who have used 110, their answer automatically becomes wrong. Okay. So किस-किसने 110 use किया? So few have used. So for example, Dhruv has used. So that answer automatically becomes wrong. So 110 cannot be used because it is coming from the sample. What was the another point which I have said to keep in mind? Another point which I had said, your null should be able to answer the problem statement. So if I say sun rises in east, that is also a null hypothesis. It is a fact. But will that statement help you in solving this problem? No, right? So you have to answer this question. So design your null hypothesis in such a way that you are able to answer this question. So Pranav says blood glucose level of new patient is around 120. It is double test. Vaishnavi, HO, new diet is mostly positively effective. Siddharth, the critical value cutoff point is 1.645 in left test. Any that score that is difficult. So Siddharth, I don't know from where you are writing this statement. All this statement is wrong. The last statement which you have written is wrong. It is not related to null hypothesis. Totally wrong. तुम बताओ. Write it. What about you? Write it on the chat. जल्दी लिखो. So Kalpesh says, who is Kalpesh? Kalpesh says the new diet plan has positive effect. Double tail test. How would you measure the positive or the negative effect? How would you measure the positive or the negative effect? One second. All those who are saying it has positive effect or negative effect, how would you measure that? If you do not put any number, then how would you at the end you will accept or reject them? So it means your null hypothesis should have some numbers. If you don't have some numbers, it is just based upon the feeling. तो उसमें कुछ number तो डालो. Are you getting my point? Put some numbers, then only you can accept or reject the null. Okay. So Pratmesh says, who is Pratmesh? The blood glucose level is 120. HO is 120. Is not equal to 120. It is a right tail test. Okay. Now. So Dhruv says diet. Who is Dhruv? Online में है. Dhruv says diet is 5% effective. HA is not 5% effective. It is a double tail test. Okay. So this is also wrong. So even if I remove this thing, then also your null, you can design your null hypothesis. And it will not change. What about last two people? Put your null hypothesis on the chat and alternate also on the chat. What about you? You're not getting anything, but why? तुम तो सब कुछ पढ़ के आए हो. तुमने बोला ना पाइथन हो गया था. हमने तो अभी पाइथन स्टार्ट भी नहीं किया. ओके ठीक है. But make sure you get cover up. ठीक है. Take the recording. Talk to Utkasha. Get the recording of your study. HO is blood glucose level is 120. Who is Rutuja? Okay. Do you think it's right? क्या ये सही है? ट्राई किया है. अच्छा. सही. At least थोड़ा better try करते ना. Blood glucose level is 120. The same null hypothesis have been given by so many people. And has it been right? And I had already said all of them were wrong. So why are you giving a try to an answer which is already marked as wrong? We cannot reject the null hypothesis. It is right tail test. We cannot reject the null hypothesis. It is right tail test. HO is equal to 120 while HA is not equal to 120. ये कैसा statement है? सिद्धार्थ कौन है? Oh, he is online. Siddharth, this is totally wrong. I don't know. Are you confused or what? But these type of statement don't make any meaning. So who is Karthik? Online. So Karthik says blood glucose level of obese patient is around 120. H1 is blood glucose level of obese patient is not 120. It is a double tail test. Acha, what do you think? The statement given by Karthik, क्या ये सही है? Is it right? Right? Blood glucose level of obese patient is 120 and it is not equal to 120. Double tail test. Okay. If you take this thing, if I say that my null hypothesis, can everyone see the chat? Yes. Right. So see the last chat, last statement. The person says the blood glucose level of obese patient is around 120. Okay, fair enough. It is 120. It is 120. It is already given over here. So if you consider that this is your null hypothesis, then how would you solve this problem? Whether the diet plan had an effect. ठीक है, obese patient का 120 होता है. But then what does that null hypothesis has to do with this diet plan? Remember yesterday's one example when people were saying that acceptance of the current toothpaste is this much, but you had to launch the new toothpaste. So in your null hypothesis, the new toothpaste has to come. So somewhere in your null hypothesis, the new diet plan has to come. ये word जब तक नहीं आएगा तब तक how would you solve the problem? Karthik, are you getting my point? You are very close to the right answer. Little, just one step far away. Okay, I'm getting few more answers. Now this statement seems to be good one. HO new diet is effective to keep blood glucose level of obese patient around 120. Okay, so I can take it as a proper null. What would be the alternative? Type it. So when you type it, you will get more clarity. So now what Vaishnavi has done, she has included the new diet plan also, and she has included the word 120 also. She has included the obese patient also. Gives a complete meaning. Yes. Please put your alternate. Alternate is just opposite of null. Okay. In a way, I can take this H1 also as okay. So you could have designed a little better statement, but still right, left, double. Why right? Then why are you saying around 120? Why don't you say max 20, max 120, or at least 120 if you want to have right or left? Remember, I've said if you have something like equal to, then it always becomes a double tail test. Okay. See, and yes, अगर प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट ध्यान से पढ़ो ना तो वो चीख चीख के कह रहा है दैट इट्स अ डबल टेल टेस्ट. देखो, a diabetologist prescribes a new diet and claims that it will have mostly positive effect, but also warns that some may have negative effect as well. It means it can increase or decrease the glucose level, which means it is automatically double tail test. Remember yesterday's example? If something is equal to, then alternate is not equal to. You would be having critical region on both the sides. Okay? But let's go ahead and take Vaishnavi's statement, what she has written. In a way, she has, the first two parts she has answered correct, but somewhere आखिरी में उसका लक रन आउट कर गया शायद. ठीक है? She made a mistake. Instead of saying double, she said right. Okay, so let's take the statement. So HO, the new diet is effective to keep blood glucose level of obese patient around 120. So let's take this as a proper statement. So if I have to write, then I would have written something like this. HO, new diet plan will change the blood glucose level in obese patient, which is 120. HA would be new diet plan will not have any effect on blood glucose level for the obese patient. Okay? Make sense? Blood glucose level will not have any effect. Since I'm saying which is 120, and over here you can see also that it can have a positive effect also and negative effect also. It means new diet plan can increase or decrease your sugar level. In most, the diet plan, it is designed to decrease the sugar level, but for some it may increase also. हो सकता है उस डाइट प्लान से इंसान और वेट उसका बढ़ जाए, राइट, और ग्लूकोज लेवल्स में इंक्रीज. सो ऑब्वियसली इट वुड बी अ, सिंस आई एम सेइंग it can increase also and it can decrease also, so definitely it is a double tail test. It is a double tail test. Now tell me, is the thing clear? मुश्किल था क्या? मुश्किल तो नहीं था. Any doubt, any questions, guys? Graph you will draw. Okay, can we go ahead? Can we move ahead? Let's try to solve the questions. Till this point, we have only discussed what is null, what is alternate. Let's try to solve these questions. Let's come back to the first example. Can someone tell me what was the null, what was the alternate, and whether it was right, left, or double tail? ये कल हमने discuss किया, right? Yes. So tell me, what was the null, what was the alternate over here? बड़ा धीरे रिस्पांस आता है यार, समझ में नहीं आता इस क्लास में. थोड़ा क्विक आंसर दो. व्हाट वाज द नल हाइपोथेसिस ओवर हियर? कैन आई हैव अ प्रॉपर आंसर? I want a proper statement. Maximum amount of trans fat per packet is 2 grams. Yes, that's the way you answer it. Maximum amount of trans fat per packet is 2 grams. Okay, maximum amount of trans fat per packet is 2 grams. So this was null. This was null or alternate? Null. So what would be the alternate? So you can say trans fat per packet is more than 2 grams. Am I right? So what will happen? This will become a kind of right tail test. So if I take at something like 2 grams, so anything which is on the left hand side, anything which is on the left hand side, and this is your right hand side. So if the values are on the left hand side, it means trans fat is less than 2 grams. Am I right? So in this region, let's say in region A, whatever company is saying, whatever company is claiming is true. It is true. And in right hand side, the trans fat is greater than 2 grams. It is greater than 2 grams. So if the values are greater than 2 grams, then only I will impose the fine. So do you think any calculation is needed? Because on the sample, it is already proven that it is 2.1 grams. Do we need any kind of further testing? Or should we directly go ahead and impose the fine? कोई testing needed है? Yes or no? So test of sample on 45 packets shows that average trans fat is 2.1 gram. Assume that population standard deviation is whatever. So should I impose the fine or any kind of further testing is required? No fine. Why no fine? It is around 2, okay. $2.1, okay. It means तुम लोग पढ़ के नहीं आए. Yes, you are from which batch? Okay. What about you? Anyone? Should we impose the fine or any further testing needed? Remember, yesterday I have talked about the error margin. बोला था कि नहीं? Error margin, and then I have given an example. Let's say you want to buy 12 mangoes. If one of them is good, it doesn't mean other 11 would also be good. Let's say out of these 12 mangoes, if one of them is bad, it doesn't mean other 11 would also be bad. Right? So over here, what I'm doing, I'm saying trans fat is 2.1 gram, but it is only on the 45 packet. So maybe on these 45 packet, you are getting more than 2 gram, but it doesn't mean that all the thousands or millions of packets which have been created would be having more than, right? So it means just because on this sample, it is coming more than 2, you cannot directly go ahead and impose the fine. And agar directly fine impose kar sakte the, then why would have taken this example? And what about the formula? Kuch to soch lete. So you need a testing. Why? Because remember, yesterday I have said, whatever you do on sample may not exactly be holding true on the population. Remember, I have taken an example of India. Population was 130 crore, sample was 1 lakh. Okay. So this 2.1 is not on all the millions of packets. It is only on 45 packets. Okay. Now let's take one step further. So the formula over here I would be using is, what are the steps involved in hypothesis testing? Can I get these steps, please? So first was define your null, then alternate, define whether it's left tail, right tail, or double tail. Then define your error margin. Now I think the right time has come to put this thing, error margin. See, let's come back over here. Z critical to be 1.645 at 0.1 significance. Now, what is this 0.1 significance? Point 0.1 significance can be written as 10%. 0.1 is nothing but 10%. So if you say 0.1 significance, it means 10% error margin. If 10% is the error margin, then 90% is the confidence. So sometime in the question, they may give you confidence. Sometimes they may give you significance or the error margin. If you have 95% confidence, then it means there is 5% error. If nothing is given, make a note of it. If nothing is given about the error, then you will assume it to be 5%. That is the industry standard worldwide. Agar kuch nahi diya to 5%. And obviously, your error margin cannot be 90%, 80%, 50%. It would be 5%, 10%. बहुत हो गया तो 15%. 15% is a very high error margin, right? So Karthik says we need a p-value. See Karthik, I know that you have read somewhere about hypothesis, but don't jump the league. Okay? So I don't think you are clear what is p-value and other things. Okay? So focus over there. So first of all, I'll design my null. I'll design my alternate. I will decide whether it's a right, left tail, error margin. Then I will do my sampling. And then what are the 6 steps? Do the calculation and compare the calculated value with the given value, right? Compare calculated with the given value. Now, from last 2 hours, I haven't put the formula purposefully. But I think now the time has come to put the formula. One good thing with formula is that you know this formula, 90% of the formula you know. It is x minus mu upon st. Have you ever seen this formula? The standardization formula. So when you apply this formula, what happens? It becomes unitless. Yes, obviously a very right answer. And what else? What else? Some kuch aur bhi hota hai. Mean becomes 0. Yes. Something more. And standard deviation becomes 1. Yes. So mean becomes 0, standard deviation becomes 1, and the data becomes unitless. Okay. So these are the benefits you get. So this was the formula for standardization. But this formula would be tweaked a bit, x minus mu upon st into root n, where n is your sample size. What is x? X is mean of sample. Mu is mean of population. And st, normally it is difficult to get the standard deviation of population, but if you have a standard deviation of population, put the standard deviation of population. Otherwise, you go it for sample. Now go back to this question and can someone tell me what is the value of x? X is nothing but mean of the sample. Sample का mean कितना है? 2.1. It is clearly written. 45 packets shows the average of 2.1. So this x will become 2.1 minus what is the mean of the population? Can I say 2 grams? Because on each packet it is written 2 grams. So 2.1 minus 2 upon standard deviation is already given. Kitna hai? 0.25. And what is n? N is the sample size. You have done the survey on 45 packets. So into root 45. Now quickly calculate this value in 2 digits after decimal. सही calculate करना. How much? 2.68. 2.68. Is everyone getting the same answer? 2.68 is the calculated value. Everyone please make a note. सब लोग please इस formula को note down करेंगे. Make a note of it. And take the conventions also. X minus mu upon ST into root n. Very important formula if you have to do the calculations manually. And obviously you have a software Python. So X is your sample mean. Mu is mean of the population. X is mean of the population. N is your sample size. ST is your obviously standard deviation. So what is the calculated value? 2.68. Now what's the next step? So the last step is, or second last step is, compare the calculated value with given value. So I have already done the calculation, that is 2.68. But the question is, how would I get the given value? ये value कैसे आएगी? It is given, but see, before I tell you what is the given value and how is the given value given, try bringing this thing into your mind. So over here, what type of formula I have used? I have used x minus mu upon ST. So using x minus mu upon ST, we know that everything becomes unitless. We know that mean has become 0. We know that the standard deviation has become 1. Okay. So let's just to make you understand. For time being, I'm taking another example to make you understand. Suppose, let's say there was a normal distribution. Let's say there was a normal distribution for which, let's say the mean was 75. Okay. Mean was 75. Then this value, let's say there is one value 60, another value was, let's say 90. Or let's say, for example, mean was 75. The standard deviation was, let's say 10. Okay. So there would have been a value, let's say a value of 80 over here, a value of 75, a value of 70 can be over here, right? So how would this 70 be written now? After standardizing, how would this 70 be written? X minus mu upon ST. So this 70 would be written as 70 minus 75 by ST, which is nothing but 10. And this 80 would be written as 80 minus 75 by 10. Right? So this would have been written as minus 5 by 10. This would have been written as 5 by 10, right? This would have been written as 5 by 10. Okay. So basically what I can do next time when I draw the graph, I can take something like this. And how would the 75 be written as? 75 would be written as 75 minus 75 divided by 10. Not 1, 0. So since x and mu are same, the mean would be represented as 0. So the same diagram, this diagram can be represented as this also, 0. This 70 can be written as minus, that is nothing but 0.5. And this 80 can be written as plus 0.5. Am I right? Correct? The same concept is being used over here. Since I have standardized, so Z critical, these are your Z values. So Z value means which are unitless. Z critical to be 1.645 at 1 significance. Now the question is, how did we get 1.645? Answer is very simple. It is already proven value 1.645. So just go to the Google and say, if you don't remember, just say Z value at 90% at 90 confidence interval. Do you notice? It will directly give you 1.645. It is 1.645. So if it is not given in the question, even if the error margin is given, then you can directly find it. At 95%, it is 1.96. At 99%, it is 2.576. So now what I will do is, if I draw this diagram, if I draw the diagram, if I say something like this, check this diagram. So let me say this was your 2 grams and this was your 2.1 gram, right? So now this can be represented as your 0 and the critical region would be your 1.645. Okay. Let me not do one thing. Let me just directly do. So the critical region would be 1.645. So 1.645 is your critical region, is the cutoff value. So this region and this region. What is the calculated value? Calculated value is how much? 2.68. Remember, we have already discussed that it is a right tail test. So instead of comparing with 2, now I am comparing with 1.645. 1.645 is nothing but your given value. Remember the statement, compare your calculated value with the given value. If the calculated value falls in the critical region, reject your null. सब लोग प्लीज वो स्टेटमेंट देखो जो मैंने लिखा है, steps involved in hypothesis testing. Yes, if the calculated value falls in the critical region, reject your null. Now 2.68 would be on the left hand, would be on the right hand side of 1.645. 2.68 would be somewhere over here, which means it is falling in the critical region. And what do we do when the value falls in critical region? We reject the null. We reject the null. But what was the null? Null was trans fat or maximum trans fat is less than or equal to, or it is less than or equal to 2 gram. Am I right? Alternate was trans fat is more than 2 gram. I am rejecting the null. And I have already told you when you reject the null, alternate automatically becomes true because they cannot be true and false at the same time. So it means alternate is true. If alternate is true, it means trans fat is more than 2 gram. Then what should we do? What should we do? Should the food regulator impose the fine on the company?
Yes.
Answer is yes. So this is how you solve your problem. पूरा कनेक्शन समझ में आ रहा है? जब null को reject किया तो क्या हुआ? And remember, I have already told you, whenever you reject the null, something new is gonna happen. अब अभी तक तुमने फाइन नहीं लगाया था, लेकिन अब फाइन लगा दिया उसको. Something new has happened. ठीक है? Now take 5 minutes and make your notes. We do not call Z as anything. Z is your Z value. So it is your standardized value. So basically, you have your Z table. Later on, I will introduce the Z tables also. So if you want to see the probability value, you can see the probability values also. Okay. Like your log table, your sine table, you have your Z tables also. Okay. Is the idea clear? Is everyone clear? How did we solve this problem? Please make your notes, or if you want, I can help you in making your notes. Someone is saying something.
सर मुझे एक बार कैलकुलेटेड वैल्यू फिर से बता दो.
एक बार
कैलकुलेटेड वैल्यू हमने कैसे देखी वो समझ में नहीं आया थोड़ा सा.
Calculated value. Okay. See, so he's saying calculated value. Okay. So for the calculation part, this is the standard formula. X minus mu upon SD into root n, where X is the sample mean. Mu is the population mean. And n is your sample size. SD is your standard deviation. Now come to this sample mean. Go back to this question. Test on a sample of 45 packets shows that average trans fat is 2.1. So what would be the value of X? Value of X will become 2.1. Siddharth, is this clear to you till this point?
Yes, sir.
What is mu? Mu is population mean. So on every packet, the company is saying 2 grams, right? So this 2 will become your population mean. This 2 will become your population mean. Sample size is directly given in the question. You would be directly knowing of what is your sample size. So this is your value of n becomes 45. The standard deviation you have already know 0.25. बताओ अब clear हो रहा है? So this would be 2.1 minus 2 upon 0.25 into under root of 45. Yes, no, maybe.
Yes, sir.
ठीक है? Done, guys? Okay, let's go to the next example. Okay, can we solve this question, please? Same question. I think people have already made a note of this question, right? Then use it. No? You can use it, obviously. The best thing is you use your, see, one thing. Your question is valid, but little bit distracted also. See, let's say how many obese patients we have in the world. I don't know. Okay. So it would be very difficult to get the standard deviation of population. It is sometimes very difficult to get the standard deviation of the population. Okay. But on the sample, let's say you have done the survey on some 100 people. For all the 100 people, you have the measurements, you have the glucose level for all the 100 people. So obviously you can find the standard deviation. On the sample, you can find everything because sample data you already have in your hand. You can find mean also, median also, standard deviation also, variance also, everything. But getting the same data on the population is sometimes very difficult. But if it is given, then go ahead and use it. Okay. So over here, what was my null hypothesis? Can I have a proper null hypothesis, please? अभी 5 मिनट पहले बताया था. New diet plan will change blood glucose level of for obese patient, which is around 120. Okay, now what would be HA? New diet plan will not change the blood glucose level, right? Blood glucose level for or of the obese patient. Okay. Achha, do you remember one thing? Yesterday I had taken an example. Let's say what is the mean income of Indians. So I had taken something that if it is a double tail test, then even if the value is little bit less than mean or little bit more than mean, I will still consider it to be valid. Why? Because there are chances of error. There are chances of error, right? Remember that part? So it is 120. So it means if it is in layman terms, even if it is little less than 120 or little more than 120, I will still consider it to be 120. But if it is significantly less and significantly more than 120, then I will say it is having an impact. Okay? It is having an impact because I am having a error margin. So how to get that significance level? So let's say if this was your 120 and this point is little less and this is little more. Okay. If I draw this, if I put this formula x minus mu upon SD, then this 120 would be written as 0. This 120 would be written as 0. Because new mean will become 0. Okay. Now, this time, test whether the diet has had an effect at 5% level of significance. What is 5% level? 5% level of significance. 5% level of significance means 5% error margin. And 5% agar error margin hai, then 95% is the confidence. Okay, you are 95% confidence about your test. And obviously there is a 5% error margin. There cannot be any testing without any error margin. Okay, 5% error margin. So now what should be my cutoff values? I need to get my cutoff values. So this value obviously would be negative value. And this value would be my some positive value. Okay, and then I would be having two critical regions because it is a double tail test. So critical region I am always denoting in red. That's the convention I have taken. It's not always. Some people may denote it in other color also. But for this class, I have made it as this thing. So this is your critical region. And this is also your critical region. What would be the formula? Formula is nothing but x minus mu upon st into root n. Can I quickly get the values of x, mu, st, and n from this? X is 110. X is 110. Why? Because x is a sample mean. On sample you have 110. So x ho jata hai 110. Mu is already given 120 because number of obese patients can be few thousand or few millions, whatever, I don't know. The standard deviation already given 18. What is the value of n? 81. Sample of 81 patients. Seedhe diya hua. So 110 minus 120 upon 18 under root of 81. 81 under root is 9, 92, and this is minus 10. So value becomes minus 5. Answer comes out to be minus 5. So I'm getting something in the chat window. So minus 5. So Amol also says minus 5. Okay, fair enough. What is a minus 5? Now, so this is my calculated value. Now this calculated value has to be compared with the given value. Correct? If I get the given value, then I can easily find whether the calculated value will fall in the red region or in the green region. अब सिर्फ एक ही पॉइंट बचा है. What is the given value? अब कैसे निकलेगी ये? ये again I will go. It is given. यहाँ पे directly given नहीं है. यहाँ पे उसने सिर्फ बोला है 5% level of significance. Okay. So let's go to the Google and see. नहीं, अब यहाँ पे थोड़ा सा चेंज है. ठीक है, 9% for double tail test. ठीक है, again it would be 1.65 only, and I'll tell you why. Those who are thinking that at 90% also it was 1.6 and at 95% also it is 1.6, then the reason is very simple, because previously you were doing only right tail test. Acha, before I go any ahead, do you remember the properties of normal distribution? Properties of normal distribution पता है क्या होती है? Mean is equal to median equal to mod, और कुछ और भी बताता है. Both sides are symmetric. Can you define this thing? Both sides are symmetric. Mirror images. Okay. अब सब लोग ध्यान से देखेंगे. What does that mean? So let's say you have standardized your data, then mean will become 0. Yes or no? Yes. Let's say you take any value. Let's say you take a value, this thing, -2. You take another value, +2. Then this distance and this distance would be same. Yes, no, maybe. It is symmetric around the mean. which also means the value on the left hand side of -2 and the value on the right hand side of +2 are also same. इतना समझ में आ रहा है? So when you are doing the double tail test, the values will get divided. The values will get divided. Okay? And that is why in this scenario also, when I am doing a double tail test, even at 95%, the cutoff would be plus minus 1.645. Okay? Now, so this value is minus 1.645 and this is plus 1.645. What is the calculated value? Calculated value is -5. So -5 would be somewhere over here. This would be -5. -5 is falling in which region? It is falling in the critical region. सबको इतना समझ में आ रहा है? That -5 would be on the right hand side of 1.645 because -5 is a lesser value compared to -1.645. ठीक है? 5 is greater than 1.645, but -5 is less than -1.645. So it will fall in the critical region. And what do you do when value falls in critical region? We reject the null. So इसको cut कर देते हैं. We reject the null. Let's cut it off. When null goes, then alternate will automatically come in. So new diet plan will not change the blood glucose level of obese patient. ये थोड़ा गड़बड़ लग रहा है. एक्चुअली क्या है, यहाँ पे एक हल्का सा मिस्टेक होता हुआ दिख रहा है. यहाँ पे नॉट आना चाहिए था. ये गाइस प्लीज इसको चेंज करो. यहाँ पे एक हल्का सा मिस्टेक करा हुआ हम लोगों ने. सी basically, and I'll tell you why I'm adding a not over here. Not is being added because remember, null is considered to be true. Null is considered to be true till proven wrong. Am I right? Null is considered to be true till proven wrong. So only after doing the testing, as of now, you haven't tested your diet plan. So you cannot say that diet plan will have the impact on your blood glucose level. So again, let me write the null hypothesis properly, the proper null hypothesis. The new diet plan will not impact the blood glucose level of obese patient, which is around 120. So यहाँ पे not आएगा. I am putting a stress on not. ठीक है? Because null has to be proven. ठीक है? Till this time, diet plan has not been used, so you cannot say that it will have the impact. Okay? And HA would be new diet plan will have impact. Will have impact on the blood glucose level, whatever, right? So value is falling in the critical region, so I'm rejecting the null. I'm rejecting the null, so I'm going with my alternate. So it means blood glucose level of the obese patient will change with the new diet plan. क्लियर है गाइस सबको? लास्ट रो क्लियर है? सेकंड लास्ट रो please make a change. Don't use the old null hypothesis. It was by mistake we missed this not. Okay, use this word not. Okay, let's take the third example. Okay, make your notes, make your notes. Let me know once you have done. Then, can we take the third example? Let me open the slider. Okay, let's take this example. So I am not revising this example. I hope people are already know what is a null and what is alternate over here. Please read it and quickly let me know what is null. We have already discussed. We have already invested 40 minutes yesterday. Yaad aa raha hai? So what was the null over there? तुम बताओ, what was the null over here? नोट्स नहीं बनाए थे तो बताओ. तुम बताओ. Acceptance rate of
acceptance rate of
new toothpaste
is less than 30%.
Yes, acceptance rate of new toothpaste is less than 30%. What was the HA? Acceptance rate of new toothpaste is more than 30%. Is more than 30%. See, if you are using the current toothpaste, then probably you cannot answer this question, should the product be launched? If you want to answer this question, then in your null hypothesis, new toothpaste word should be coming. Remember? So 90% confidence, 90% is confidence, which means 10% is your error. So Z value is obviously 1.645. Okay. Now, what is the sample size? What is the sample size over here?
200.
200. It is directly given. 200 customers were found. Sample size is 200. Okay. Value of Z is also given. But in this example, do you notice the numbers are given in a little different way? They are given in percentages. They are given in percentages. So formula will change slightly. The nature of the formula will still remain same, but slight change आएगा. Slight change होगा. Okay. And what type of test it is? Is it right, left, or double?
Double.
Is it right tail, left tail, or double tail? It is right tail test. Why double tail test? You will launch the product only when acceptance is more than 30%. Right? You have to launch the product. Right? See, जिसने भी double बोला, I don't know. इसीलिए मैं बोलता हूँ घर से please थोड़ा पढ़ के तो आओ. The last example you are not able to answer. So let's say this is a cutoff of 30%. So anything on this side is less than or equal to 30%. It is less than 30%. On this side, the value is more than 30%. So whether it is 30%, 29%, 10%, 5%, 0%, you will not launch the product. Product would be launched only when it is more than 30%. Right? So obviously it has to be right tail test only. Critical region is on the right hand side. बताओ, सेम चीज डिस्कस की थी कल, याद आ रहा है? एक बार अपने नोट्स चेक करो. Someone said double tail test. Can I have a reason why he said double? क्यों double? Let's try to clarify that. No, he is not answering. I don't know. But किसी ने double बोला था, मुझे से लगा. So more than 30%. ठीक है. So what would be the formula? The formula will change slightly. Formula would be something like this. Let me explain this formula. So what was the previously what we were using? We were using x minus mu upon st into root n. Right? And this was for your sample. This was for your population. Right? And this was your sample size and standard deviation. I think batteries. Okay. The nature of the formula will remain same, but since we are getting the values in percentages, the formula would become something like this. It would be small p minus capital P divided by under root of capital P into 1 minus capital P by n. And this n will obviously go on the top. The square root of P minus 1 by P, where this is for your sample. This is for your population. This is also population. This is also population. And this is your sample size. So what is the value of small p? What is the value of small p? Sample पे कितना आ रहा है? Sample पे 30 या 33?
33.
Sample पे 33. So 33%. So for sample, it is 33%, which would be written as 0.33. This is clear? on the population. Population, it is 30%. So 30% would be written as 0.3. So 0.33 minus 0.3. Okay, first of all, tell me, should the product be launched? क्या लगता है? देख के क्या लगता है? Out of 200 customers, 33 have said product. Out of 200 customers, 33 people are liking the product. Cutoff is 30%. So what do you feel? Product should be launched? क्या लगता है? Data देख के तो लगता है product launch हो जाना चाहिए. Because cutoff is 30% and out of 200 customers, 33% are liking. अब जरा calculate कर लेते हैं. So keep one thing in mind. You are saying it looks that product should be launched. Okay. So let's put the numbers. Now, what is this capital P? Capital P is nothing but your population. So 0.3 into 1 minus P is nothing but 1 minus 0.3 is nothing but 0.7. 0.7 divided by N. N is how much? 2, nahi, 200. 200. Please value nikalo. Find this value. Find this value and you would be comparing with something like this. Your critical region would be how much? It would be 1.645. How much? थोड़ा जोर से तो बोलो. 0.92. Okay. No, she was saying 0.925 is the calculated value. 0.925 is the calculated value. So this 0.925, will it fall in the green region or in the red region? बताओ जरा. Green region because cutoff is 1.605. Remember, the Z value is already given. So if it is falling in the green region, what happens? Do you reject the null or you fail to reject the null? We fail to reject the null, which in a way means null is still valid. Which in a way means null is still valid. But what was the null? Null tha kya? Acceptance rate of new toothpaste is less than 30%. So this statement is still valid. If this statement is still valid, then try answering this question. Product should not be launched. Product. So final conclusion is product should not be launched. Product should not be launched. This is the final answer. Now take 5 minutes, make your notes and also start thinking why I am not launching the product. When 200 out of 200, 33% are saying product should be launched. Still, why we are not able to launch the product? क्यों launch नहीं हो पा रहा है? जरा सोचो. But your cutoff is only 30%. Sample always doesn't represent the population. Okay, ठीक है. थोड़ा और सोचो. Basically, I want to discuss another thing. मैं तुम्हें धीरे से power of testing की तरफ ले जाना चाह रहा हूँ. इसलिए मैंने एक क्वेश्चन ओपन छोड़ दिया. ठीक है. But as of now, make your notes and then let's come to the power of testing. फिर तुम्हें देख पता चलेगा कि टेस्टिंग का पावर क्या होता है. Slide. Is this calculation clear to everyone, guys? Okay. So small p is for sample, all the other p's are for your population, and then all the numbers which we have put are directly coming from the question itself. So let's discuss this thing, guys. So, guys, please बातें नहीं करो. On the, you have a cutoff of 30%. ठीक है? Your product can be launched if 30% or more than 30% like your product. You do a survey on 200 customers, and out of 200 customers, 33% are saying that your product can be launched. But फिर भी launch क्यों नहीं हो रहा है? क्या हो सकता है? सैंपल ज्यादा है पॉपुलेशन से? ऐसा कभी नहीं हो सकता कि सैंपल पॉपुलेशन से ज्यादा हो जाए. How can sample be more than population? Suppose करो इंडिया में 130 करोड़ लोग हैं, तो क्या तुम 140 करोड़ का सैंपल बना सकते हो? नहीं, पॉसिबल ही नहीं है. You are saying something. So लोगों के आंसर इन अ वे ठीक है, but I want to put one thing in your mind which will always help you. Let's discuss about one thing: power of testing. Power of testing. What does power of testing means? How effective your testing is. How effective your testing is. Or you can say how much confident you are on your testing. तुमने कुछ टेस्टिंग तो करी, but how much confident you are? Let's say you go to an exam hall for a test, you appear for a test, and you come out of the test hall after 3 hours, 4 hours. Then you would be knowing कि तुमने क्या किया. So you may get the result after, let's say, 1 month, but you would be knowing कि तुमने क्या किया. How would you know that? We know the paper. ठीक है, चलो. So in a way, how effective your testing is, or how much sure or how much confident you are on your testing. So normally, what type of formula I am using? I am using this type of formula. Am I right? I am using this type of formula, x minus mu upon st into root n. Or some people may say that somewhere I am using p minus p upon this p into 1 minus p upon, and then you have n. So this, either you said this n or you can say under root n. This is one and the same thing only, because this wala n will obviously go over here, right? So in a way, the nature of the formula is still same. So this is also your sample, and this is also sample. This is your population. This is also your population. And then instead of standard deviation, you are using something else. And again, you are using the sample size. So how effective your testing is, it will depend upon the values which we are using in this formula. इसी से तो नंबर आ रहा है ना. So it will depend on this, will depend upon this, and it will also depend upon one more thing. किस पर डिपेंड करेगा? अभी भी यूज किया किस पे? अरे error margin. Remember, based upon the error margin, your given value will change, and if the given value will change, your calculated value may fall in critical region, may not fall in critical region. Right? इतना समझ में आ रहा है? So basically, what are the parameters? There are 5 parameters which I can see that will impact your testing. One is your sample mean. Another is your population mean. Then your standard deviation, your sample size, and then another is your error margin. These 5 things will impact your power of testing. Is everyone clear? Yes, no, maybe. यहाँ तक तो clear आ रहा है? Sample mean, population mean, standard deviation, sample size, and the error margin. Any other factor? क्या कोई और फैक्टर हो सकता है? और if you want to put one more factor, किसी के माइंड में अगर नहीं आया तो आना चाहिए. Nature of the test, whether it is right tail, left tail, or double tail test. This may also impact your Z value or whatever. So these are the 6 parameters which will impact your power of testing, because I am using all these parameters either in rejecting the null or not rejecting the null. Any other parameter which you think? कोई और होगा? Okay, so I don't think there is any other parameter. If you think about it, let me know. We can discuss. Now let's discuss one parameter at a time. Sample mean. So sample mean is coming in the numerator. Population mean is also coming in the numerator. It means they are having a positive impact on your testing. But sample mean or population mean, tell me one thing. Can you change the population mean? Can you change the population mean? Let's say, let me take one example. Let me say I'm doing a survey to find mean income. Mean income of, let's say, even Pune people. Chota sa shahar. Chota shahar means compared to India. So I've taken a small Pune city. So this Pune city is acting like my population over here. Okay. So can I change the mean income of Pune city? So it means this population mean is fixed. You cannot change it. So variable which you cannot change it is of no use to me. जो इसको मैं change ही नहीं कर सकता. Right? Can you change the population mean? Answer is no. That is the nature of the data. So it means population mean is of no use to me. Now let's talk about the sample mean. Let's say you have taken a sample on 10,000 people. You know the income of 10,000 people. Can I change the sample mean? Can I change the sample mean? How? So that would be the mean on those 10,000 people. But how can you change it? Let's say you have already done the survey. You have the data for 10,000 people. Can you change the sample mean? That is something different. No, let's say you have already done the survey on 10,000 people. Let's say today is 12th June. On 12th June, you have done the survey on 10,000 people. So can you change the sample mean? क्या change कर सकते हो? So that is, you are taking a sample of 4,000. So whatever mean you get on 4,000, can you change that? You cannot change that. If you are trying to change the sample mean based upon your convenience, then probably you are trying to do some malpractice. कुछ गड़बड़ कर रहे हो तुम. तुमसे वो डेटा दिखाना चाह रहे हो जो तुम्हें सूट कर रहा है. Are you getting my point? So if you have done the sample on 10,000 people, remember, you already decide your null, you already decide your alternate, and then you go for your sample. Now, whatever data you have, either you use this data or you go for another sampling. But you cannot just change the sample mean. Why? Because your data doesn't suit you. So in a way, sample mean is also fixed. You just cannot change it. If sample mean is fixed, then standard deviation, which is on either on sample or on population, will people agree this is also fixed? अगर mean नहीं change हो सकता तो standard deviation तो change ही नहीं हो सकता. Now what about the error margin? Can I change the error margin? Yes, no, maybe. क्या error margin change कर सकते हैं? Why no? So error margin for every industry is fixed. For every industry is fixed. If you are working for banking or insurance, it would be fixed at 5%. Just because you want to change it, you cannot change it. Your manager will tell you that we have worked at 5%, 10% or whatever. You just cannot change it. Error margin, you cannot change it because changing error margin is a very big impact. So error margin for each and every industry is always fixed. So you cannot change the error margin. Can you change the ref, light or double?
No.
You cannot change left tail, right tail or double tail because that is mapped to your problem statement. So bachta kya? What thing can you change? Only thing which you can change is sample size. This is in your control. ये जो survey करने जा रहा है as a data scientist or analyst, whatever, only this sample size in your control. Do you get my point? So though there are 6 to 7 parameters, but only parameter which you as a person can control is sample size. Okay. Now you can only control the sample size. Larger the sample size, more is the power of testing. Isko note down kar lo. If you want to increase the effectiveness of your testing, the best way is increase your sample size. उसके अलावा और कोई आंसर है ही नहीं. More effective sampling. That's it. Because rest everything are not in your hand. They are playing role, but as a person you cannot control them. Only thing which you can control is only thing in power of testing you can control is sample size. Larger the sample size, more effective is the power of testing. You would be more confident on your testing and your results are likely to be having less error and more accuracy. कभी ये देखा है क्या कहते हैं, ये जो आता है एग्जिट पोल के सर्वे, कितने गलत हो जाते हैं? Why? Because they are taking a sample size of around 7,000 people. Now 7,000 people cannot represent full India. कभी भी नहीं, इसका चांस ऑफ एरर बहुत हाई है. So one news channel may something say party X, another will say party Y. Totally opposite आएगा because sample size is very less and it is highly prone to your randomness. Now let's come back to this example, guys. Okay, so basically what I want to discuss over here is the impact of sample size. What is the impact of sample size? Impact of sample size. Okay. We will use the formula also to showcase it, but before that, let's see. अच्छा, इसका पहला एग्जांपल है, तुम ये सोच लो, let's say you are buying 12 mangoes and you eat all 12 mangoes and then you answer, then you will never make a mistake. तुम सारे 12 के 12 खा के देखो whether all were good or not, so you will never make a mistake. Why? Because your sample size is equivalent to population. ठीक है? So for example, if you do the survey on all the 130 crore Indians, then your answers are likely to be correct. Keeping in mind if someone has not given the false information purposefully. इंडिया में लोग थोड़ा झूठ बोल देते हैं, इसलिए थोड़ा और प्रॉब्लम हो जाता है. ठीक है? Okay, let's come back to this example. I did a random sampling on 200 customers, found this. Suppose करो एक one night you were very sad and तुमने एक poem लिख दी. ठीक है? अंदर कभी जाग गया. ठीक है? You wrote a poem and morning में you recited that poem to your mom, dad, brother, sister, whoever. Okay? And they all four said, no, the poem is very good. What do you think? You should publish it? Publish कर देनी चाहिए? चार लोगों ने तो अच्छा बोला. Okay, ठीक है? So you are not confident on these four people, though they are your mom, dad. So what do? You start calling other people, your near friends or cousins or whoever, and then you talk to some 10 people more. And they also say the poem is good. Awesome. क्या करते हो? Publish कर देनी चाहिए? नहीं? अब तो 14 people हो गए? नहीं? अच्छा चलो, then you say नहीं, these are just 14 people. Then what do you go do? Whichever building you are living, you go to the 3 floor up, 3 floor down. You talk to some, let's say 20 more people. अब क्या लगता है? कर देनी चाहिए पब्लिश? कॉन्फिडेंस थोड़ा तो बढ़ रहा है, बट क्या कर देनी चाहिए? अभी भी रिस्की है, because these 10, 20, 24 people, let's say you want to launch the poem. When you want to publish that poem, you would be having some audience in your mind that you are launching for which people. Let's say you want to launch for whole of the Maharashtra. Do you think these 34 people are enough? But probably now, when you have done the survey on 4 plus 10 plus 20, confidence is little higher compared to when you have done only on 4. फिर तुम क्या करते हैं? नहीं ठीक है यार, मैं क्या करता हूँ, instead of in my building, let me go to the entire society. So in your society, let's say there were 4 towers, and you take 10 people from each of them. 40 और ऐड कर लिया, and out of 40, most of them are saying, okay, poem is good. अब क्या करना चाहिए? Launch, publish कर देनी चाहिए. So confidence is increasing, but then again, it is still a very risky affair. Because population of Maharashtra may be 5-6 crore and you are trying to represent 5-6 crore using only just 50-60 people. एक big risk तो है. But instead of this, let's say this was around sample size of 80. Instead of 80, if you have done this survey on, let's say 8,000 people or 800 people. Out of 800 people, if somewhere around 600 people are saying the poem is good, then probably you would be having more confidence compared to these 80. Now try to see this thing in a simple way. अगर हम एक Excel में एक फॉर्मा डालते हैं, let's go back to this thing. So what was your, let's say, sample? Sample value was how much? 0.33, right? Population was how much? 0.3, and acceptance rate of current toothpaste is this, and your sample size is 200. 200. ठीक है? What was the formula I was using? Formula को एक बार यहाँ लिख लेते हैं, then I'll put it in the. So small p minus capital P upon square root of p into 1.1 minus p into root n, right? Divided by root n, divided by n. ठीक है ना? The root n. So what is p? P is nothing but p is was how much? Population was 0.3. 0.3 into 1. This word was 0.7, right? 0.7. So this was how much? 0.21, right? 0.21. So p minus p upon 0.21 under root of 0.21 divided by n. ठीक है ना? So let's put this formula over here. Equal to, double equal to this minus this divided by, नीचे में आ जाएगा 0.21 divided by 0.21. No, I think SQRT 0.21 divided by 200. नहीं चाहिए तुम्हारा करेक्शन, हम खुद कर लेंगे. थोड़ा सा नहीं सही तो था, बट इधर आना चाहिए था ना. This minus this divided by 0.21 SQRT 0.21 divided by n. I think यही वैल्यू थी. Let's put as calculated value. Now, I know that this will not change. अरे क्या हो गया? I know that this will not change. Only thing which I can change is sample size. So let me say sample is, and before doing any further calculation, let's do one thing. The cutoff value was 1.645. This would have been the critical region. In this region, the product is launched, right? The product is launched. In this region, product not launched. In this region, you will reject the null. In this region, fail to reject the null, correct? What is the initial value? The value as of now is 0.9245. Let's say 0.9245 would be somewhere over here, correct? Rest everything I will remain the same. Let's say I change the value to 210. Sample size has increased a little bit. Do you notice the value becomes 0.94? Now this 0.94 will be somewhere over here. Let's increase the value a little further. Instead of 200, let me say 300. 1.13. Do you notice that value is slowly moving towards the red region? धीरे धीरे move करती हुई दिख रही है. 1.13. Then let me say 400. 1.30. So 1.30 maybe somewhere over here. Let's expand it to 500. 1.46. Let's put it as 600. 1.60. Do you notice you are about to enter into the red region? Then if I say, let's say around 650, 650 के आसपास क्या होता है? 1.66. Target has breached. So it was 1.645 was the cutoff. Now at 1.6, at 650, the value is 1.66. So 1.66 would be somewhere over here in the red region. It means I will reject the null. So basically, if your sample size was 650, and out of 650, if 33% would have said your product was good, then probably you would have launched the product. Okay? Let's do one. Okay? Then probably you would have launched the product. This is what the impact is. Okay? So larger the sample size, more effective is your testing. ठीक है, sample size जितना कम होगा, testing उतनी खराब होगी. Make one note: never take a sample size. Any hypothetical testing, any hypothesis testing should not be done. Should not be done if n is less than 30. If n is less than 30. N less than 30 means things are very much prone to the randomness. That has been observed. This is what has been observed. If n is less than 30, hypothesis testing, if you want, you can do it, but then it should be avoided. It should be avoided. After? Yes. So sample size should not be 30. Okay? For any testing, try to have a sample size more than 30. And again, depending upon your problem, the better the sample size, more is the effectiveness. Now, one more important thing. You have a population. And from this population, you create a small sample. Why do we create a sample? Sample क्यों create करते हैं? Population. We create a sample because we cannot get the data for the entire population. It is very difficult to get, or rather impossible. Many times it is impossible to get the data for entire population. Okay, let's say again, let's take a same example. You want to do the survey of the income of Indians, and you create a sample of, let's say, 10,000 people, or let me repeat, 10,000 थोड़ा छोटा लग रहा है. Let's say you create a sample of 1 lakh people. Okay. What was your aim? Your aim was to find the mean income of the Indians, or variance of the Indians, or whatever. But you have created the survey and you have got a sample. Now, what do? Do you notice we do the calculation on the sample? Itna yaad aa raha hai? We do the calculation on the sample data. Calculations are done on the sample data. So let's say if on these 1 lakh people which were part of your sample, your mean income comes out to be, let's say, 4 lakh. Then what does this 4 lakh means? Can it? 4 lakh people. Average income is 4 lakh. That I am saying that. But ये किसकी income 4 lakh है? Sample की है. यही चीज तो मुझे बतानी थी. अगर सैंपल की 4 लाख है, then what's the point? See, you cannot do the measurement on the entire population. That is why you have created a sample. And when you have created a sample, you are saying this sample represents my population. This sample represents my population. So these 1 lakh people are representing 130 crore Indians. Calculation is done on the sample, but interpretation is done on population. Itna samajh mein aa raha hai? So if the mean income comes out to be 4 lakh on the sample, then I will say the mean income of Indians is 4 lakh with 5% or 10% of error margin, whatever error margin you have taken. Isko note down karo. Calculation is done on sample, but interpretation is done on population. If you are not doing interpretation on population, then what's the point? Suppose you have done the exit poll on 7,000. So 7,000 people are representing the Indians only, right? So calculation is done on the sample, but interpretation is on the population. And obviously with the error margin, because sample may or may not exactly represent the population. So if the mean income comes out to be 4 lakh, then I will say the mean income of Indians is 4 lakh with 5% error margin or 10% error margin, whatever error margin you have taken. ठीक है, इतना समझ में आ रहा है? Interpretation is always on the population, never on the sample. Calculation is on the sample. ठीक है? Because you cannot do the calculation on the entire population. ठीक है, guys. So take your break. I think people would be waiting for the tea break, ना? Breakfast. Take a break. कितना time में वापस आओगे? Shall I put the time as 11:20? It is 10:50. 11:20 is 30 minutes का break.
हाँ बोल. आई रिपोर्टिंग क्या जा रही. दरवाजा लावतो.
Okay, so can we get started? काफी सारे लोग आने बाकी हैं अभी तक. बैठो तुम लोग आराम से बैठो, नो प्रॉब्लम. तुम चाहो तो लोगों को पढ़ा भी सकते हो. ठीक है, अच्छा चलो. आई थिंक एवरीवन इज बैक एंड लेट्स गेट स्टार्टेड. Okay. Is the paint window visible to everyone? Yes. Are we waiting for someone? लीडर हमेशा पीछे आता है. ठीक है, अच्छा चलो. तो तुम लोग लीडर का हालचाल कभी नहीं लेते? उसने चाय पी नहीं पी है?
वो पीता ही है.
हैं? पीता ही है. रोज पीता है. हैं? तो फिर कैसा नेता जो टेंशन नहीं ले रहा? नेता को तो बिजी रहना चाहिए. एटलीस्ट ही शुड सीम टू बी बिजी. अच्छा चलो लेट्स. यूट्यूब चैनल हाँ है. क्यों, क्या हो गया? बट वो बाद में बताएंगे. जिसको पता है सो पता है. ठीक है, अभी के लिए नहीं. ओके, सो लेट्स डिस्कस टाइप्स ऑफ एरर. Let's discuss types of errors. So basically, whenever you are doing any testing, hypothesis testing or any type of testing, you are likely to have two types of error. Error as in the person is likely, the human being is likely to make an error. Gaurav, please go on mute. One is your type 1 error and another is your टाइप 2 एरर, यस। कुछ और भी बताइए टाइप 2 एरर। So type 1 error is also known as your producer's error. Type 2 error, the another name of type 2 error is known as your consumer's error. Right? So these are just the name, but what does type 1 error means? In type 1 error, you reject the null when null should not have been rejected. You reject the null when null should not have been rejected. Null should not have been rejected. What does this mean? In simple terms, it means null was still valid. It was still valid, or you can say it was still correct. Null was still correct, but you have rejected the null. That is known as your type 1 error. So you reject the null when null should not have been rejected. When null should not have been rejected. So what will happen now? What will happen now? Okay, so you have rejected the null when null was still valid. Guys, whenever you reject the null, what do you do? जब जब null को reject करते हो तो क्या करते हो? So when you reject the null, HA will automatically become true. Correct? But in this sense, I am saying it is a type 1 error. So by mistake, or I'll not say by mistake, or but due to wrong sampling, wrong calculation, or anything, you have rejected the null when null should not have been rejected. In reality, HO was valid, but you have rejected the null. When you have rejected the null, you will go with your alternate. मैंने कुछ और भी बोला है. Whenever you reject the null, क्या होता है? Whenever null is rejected, something new happens. ठीक है? Something new will happen. कुछ तो नया करोगे. Something new will happen. And what could be this something new? It can be anything. It can be your new theory may come into the picture. New theory, or you may launch a new product, or anything. New theory, new product, or whatever would be coming into the picture. But since you have made the type 1 error and you have rejected the null when null should not have been rejected, and now you are going ahead and launching the product. So what will happen to this product? जब वो product market में आएगा तो क्या होगा? When this product will come into the market, the product will fail as in people will not buy that product. Buy that product means ऐसा नहीं कि no one will buy, but whatever your expectation was, people will not buy that product. ठीक है? Any example of type 1 error कुछ हो सकता है? Type 1 का example? एक तो बड़ा सिंपल सा है, आई थिंक एवरी वीक हो रहा है. जितने भी फ्लॉप मूवीज हैं, दे आर क्लासिकल एग्जांपल ऑफ टाइप 1 एरर. मूवी आनी नहीं चाहिए थी, आ गई. ठीक है, बिकॉज डायरेक्टर, एक्टर, whoever was there, he was thinking movie would be making some business, but all the flop movies are example of type 1 error. So किसी ने अनम्यूट करा है, please go on mute. So type 1 error. You are saying something. टाटा नैनो, वेरी गुड एग्जांपल, इससे बढ़िया एग्जांपल तो हो ही नहीं सकता, ठीक है। सो टाटा नैनो एक्सपेक्टेड दैट some millions and millions of cars would be sold. So Tata Nano is a classical example of type 1 error. So basically in type 1 error, what will happen? You are launching a product, you launch a product which is not acceptable to the customer. People are not going to buy it. So what? So if you make a type 1 error, तब क्या problem आएगा? Think from the Tata Nano side, क्या problem आने वाला है? If you are launching a faulty product which people are not buying, then you will incur in huge losses. So suppose if I take example of Tata Nano, then they would have invested millions and millions in your factory. Factory में invest किया. They would have given the advertisements of many 100 crores. They would have set the sales team, marketing team, showroom में काली डाली होगी, advertisement किया होगा. All those cost has gone in vain. So do you notice when you make a type 1 error, you launch a faulty product and you incur huge losses. So see, when Tata Nano launched this car, when did they realize that their product is not acceptable? Will they realize in 1 month? क्या एक दिन में पता चलेगा? नहीं. क्या 2 दिन में? नहीं. Within a week? No. Probably it may take an year before they realize that nothing can be done. Because let's say during the first month, 2 months, they may try to increase the advertisement. They may try to put some more sales strategy. They may bring up with some customer offer, whatever. But if people are not liking, so not liking. जनता तो कुछ भी कर सकती है, ठीक है ना? So this will incur in huge losses. So it is a very costly mistake to make. It is a very costly mistake to make. And probably you might have seen many car models also. They come and they go. You don't see much of them on the road. नहीं दिखते हैं. कोई और ऐसा example? Apart from car or any other thing? Anything in mobile industry? Samsung मुझे पता नहीं है Samsung के बारे में ज़्यादा. Samsung Note 8, Leo, जियो फोन हिट नहीं हुआ. जियो तो सभी लोग यूज करते हैं. नहीं, जियो का सिम कार्ड यूज करते हैं. नोकिया क्या हो गया? हाँ. अच्छा, will people agree if I say Google Hangout? How many people actually use Google Hangout? Very few. Google Hangout, ठीक है? Can I say something like this thing? Google Hangout, it is very few people are using Google Hangout. And similarly, you can think of many software also. They launch, but none of them are. Not many people are buying to it. ऐसा और भी सोच सकते हो? Hike Messenger. Okay, so you are comparing with WhatsApp. So if you compare to WhatsApp or any other thing, probably Hike Messenger is also one example of a faulty product. So while designing or while launching the product, they might have thought that millions would be using it, but not many of them are using it. Any other example? पार्टी वाला एग्जांपल रहने दो, ठीक है? बिकॉज चीजें पलटती उलटती रहती है. नरेंद्र मोदी का क्या है? टाइप 1 एरर है वो. अरे कैसी बातें कर रहे हो? सी, मैं यहाँ पे फीलिंग्स की बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ, मैं यहाँ नंबर्स की बात कर रहा हूँ, ठीक है? सो वो काम अच्छा कर रहा है, बुरा कर रहा है, दैट इज समथिंग डिफरेंट. लेकिन उसको टाइप 1 एरर तो नहीं कहा जा सकता. अभी के लिए तो नहीं. लेट्स से 5 साल बाद, ठीक है? एनी अदर एग्जांपल? आई थिंक दीस एग्जांपल्स आर इनफ. Google Hangout, the best example is your Tata Nano or whatever. Okay. So basically, and all the flop movies are again the classical example of your type 1 error. Basically, a faulty product, faulty software or anything. I'll not say faulty, but a product which is not liked by the people. Okay, na? So obviously, let's say when Tata Nano would have launched the Tata Nano, before that they would have done the market survey. कि मेरी कार बिकेगी कि नहीं? They would have done the survey. इतने बड़ी company, but then their product was not sold. Okay. The reason could be any. So what does this mean? Type 1 error is a very costly mistake to make. Okay. Now let's come to the type 2 error. So someone is saying one center scheme solution launched by government. One center scheme solution launched by the government. हाँ, government की वैसे काफी policies होती है जो fail हो जाती है. Smart city. वैसे पता है गवर्नमेंट की स्कीम, ये सब स्कीमें कभी फेल नहीं होती, लोग अपना पैसा बना लेते हैं. ठीक है, सारे कॉर्पोरेटर एमपी एमएलए ने पैसा बना दिया. ठीक है, फेल और पास हमारे लिए. ठीक है, टाइप 2 एरर. व्हाट इज टाइप 2 एरर? टाइप 2 error is also known as your consumer error. In type 2 error, what do? You fail to reject the null. You fail to reject the null when you should have rejected the null. When you should have rejected the null. तुम्हें null को reject करना चाहिए था, but null को reject करा नहीं. When you should have rejected the null. Even though it should have been rejected. Yes. So whoever is giving this answer, yes, that's the right answer. So you fail to reject the null when null should have been rejected. Okay. So if you have made the type 2 error, then you are saying HO is still valid, and that is a mistake. Am I right? That is a mistake. You are rejecting the null. So you have failed to. So basically, let's not write about this thing. So HA is not true, and that is again by mistake. Now, if you are not rejecting the null, what will happen? So if you do not reject the null, then new product will not be launched. New product will not be launched, because to do anything new, you have to reject the null, because null represents your current reality, current belief. So if you reject it, something new will happen. Otherwise, you continue with the same thing, let's say. So for example, let me say, let's take an example of a mobile company. Let me say you are working for the Samsung. And you do the survey. You do the survey and find people want a mobile. Normally camera pixels कितने होते हैं mobiles में? 30 to 64. Let's say you do a survey and you find that people want a mobile with camera pixel of 132 whatever. ठीक है, 132 उसको क्या बोलते हैं? 132 megapixels. Let's say 132 megapixel. As of now, your company was manufacturing the mobiles of megapixels of, let's say, 64. But you do the survey and you're saying that people are looking for even advanced camera. Okay, let's say 132 megapixel. Okay, you do your survey, whatever, and you launch the product. And you launch the product. नहीं, मैंने ठीक इसका उल्टा एग्जांपल लिया. Let me remove this example. I want to discuss type 2 error ना. Let me say you do survey. Again, I am taking the same example, but I'll write in a little different survey. And you find people want a camera with, you want a mobile which has camera of 132 megapixel. Okay. This was the finding. This was the finding from your, let's say, from the survey team. This was the finding from the survey team. So survey team cannot launch the product. They will give the report to the management. Now you present to the management. You say that I have done the survey on this particular market and people are looking for this type of camera and they are willing to pay the high price also. Okay. But management says it's not possible. Okay, because survey team cannot launch the product, right? It is not possible. Okay. But actually, survey team was right. Survey team was right. You should have launched the product. Now what will happen? Survey team was right, but management did not agree to their findings. So if management is not agreeing, obviously production cannot start, design cannot start. There are many things. अब क्या होगा? Will it incur in a huge losses? क्या huge losses होंगे? कैसे? But actually survey team was right. Now what will happen? So basically, do you notice you have made the type 2 error? You have made the type 2 error. You should have launched the product, but you are not launching the product. Right? So what would have been the null hypothesis over here? Null hypothesis over here would have been people do not want 132 megapixel camera, right? Yahi hoga null hypothesis. HA would have been people want 132 megapixel camera. You should have rejected the null, but you are not rejecting the null. So basically the new mobile phone will not come into the market. Now what will happen? Is it a very costly mistake compared to type 1 error? No. Why? प्रोडक्ट लॉन्च ही नहीं हुआ तो कॉस्ट कैसा? ठीक है ना? दिखने में तो सिंपल लग रहा है, लेकिन अब तुम यहाँ पे एक चीज समझो. So let's say you are working for the Samsung. So Samsung is not launching this mobile phone. But can you stop any other competitor to launch it? There may be a scenario that, let's say, Samsung का nearest competitor कौन होगा apart from Apple? Xiaomi. नहीं, एक और भी होता ना, let's say OnePlus. Let's say OnePlus. So let's say Samsung doesn't launches, but OnePlus launches the phone. Now what will happen? So since people wanted 132 megapixel camera, Samsung did not launch. OnePlus or the rival company has launched. So the sales of OnePlus will go up. Sales of OnePlus will go up. After the camera, after the mobile phone is launched, let's say 2 months later on, Samsung realizes the mistake. Okay, survey team ने सही बोला था, I should have launched it. Now what Samsung will do? They will also launch the product, but they have already lost a huge market. Market तो चला गया, ठीक है? So do you notice indirectly it is also resulting in a huge amount of loss? Result कर रहा है? So it is also resulting in a huge amount of loss. Okay, fair enough. Once a while that mistake has happened, but let's say this mistake was made in year 2020. This type of mistake. Then comes year 2021. Survey team says launch another type of mobile phone, and again you don't launch, and some rival again launches it. Then what will happen? Again, so if you do not launch a new product, what will happen? Your customer base will keep on shrinking. Customer base will keep on shrinking. If you are not launching a new product, sales will keep on going down. अगर sales down जा रहा है तो profit का तो बात ही छोड़ो, नीचे जाना ही है. See, type 1, type 2 error doesn't seems to be that costly mistake upfront, but it is a very, very costly mistake. If you do type 1, type 2 error on regular basis, if you do that type 2 error on regular basis, no new product would be launched. No new product will be launched. And वो दिन दूर नहीं जब तुम्हारी कंपनी में ताला लग जाएगा. Classical example is Nokia. And इससे भी बड़ा classical example पता है क्या है? We all Indians. Indian market तो type 2 error से भरा पड़ा है. आजू बाजू जा घूम के देखो. New product launch करने में कितना problem है. Example, let's say Voltas. It was a market leader in refrigerator, but वही same type का refrigerator बनाता था. So today people buy Voltas AC, but hardly you will see anyone buying Voltas refrigerator. Oneida, ये तो खैर इंडियन नहीं है, इसके टीवी पहले बहुत बिकते थे, but probably it cannot invest in the new technologies. Nokia, do you notice that Nokia was capturing around 75% of the Indian market at a time? But when the smartphone came, it cannot keep up the pace. Another example, Idea, Vodafone, जो आजकल हो रहा है. Idea and Vodafone, they are lagging behind, much behind Jio in launching the new product. Jio जो करता है उसको follow करता है. धीरे-धीरे इस पे ताला लग गया अगर इसने कुछ changes नहीं करे. Can you notice Kodak camera? आप कोई खरीदता है? नहीं खरीदता. क्यों? वो टाइम के साथ चल नहीं पाया. Previously, everyone used to buy Kodak camera, but now, if they would have invested in research and development, probably Kodak could have launched their mobile phones also, because they already had a technology. ठीक है? इन सबसे बढ़ के एग्जाम्पल है अपनी इंडियन आईटी इंडस्ट्री. इंडियन आईटी इंडस्ट्री को मैं सबसे बड़ा एग्जाम्पल कहूंगा टाइप 2 एरर का. अभी सपोज करो you have all the big organizations like Infosys, TCS, Wipro, but do you know any popular product launched by all these companies? क्या किसी कंपनी ने ऐसा कोई प्रोडक्ट लॉन्च किया? फेसबुक, ट्विटर, ऐसा कोई जो पूरी दुनिया यूज करे? And they, all these companies have a manpower, skilled manpower है लाखों में. They also have money. अगर तुम बैलेंस शीट देखोगे तो Infosys, TCS are sitting on the crores, thousands of crores of cash. They have manpower, they have money, they have technology, they have everything. क्या चीज की कमी है? Will की कमी है. They don't want to, or probably they are not investing in. ठीक है? So type 2 error where you someone is saying something. किसी ने अनम्यूट किया था, प्लीज कंटिन्यू. Just not saying. So example, your Nokia, Kodak, and any other example? BlackBerry, again a very good example. So एक टाइम में मैं भी यूज करता था, इसको बीबी बोलते थे हम लोग. बीबी, ठीक है, उस पर मैसेजेस और बाकी सब आते थे, but with time probably they could not invest in the smartphone thing, right? Though they are highly secure, but then people are not using it. BlackBerry, they could not come up with the new products. Will people agree that एक टाइम में ये जो बजाज के स्कूटर थे वो भी सेम मिस्टेक कर रहे थे? वही सेम टाइप का स्कूटर उसने 20 साल बनाया, फिर धीरे धीरे लोगों ने बाय करना बंद कर दिया. So for in between there was a time period of 7 to 10 years when Bajaj scooters were not sold, and then again they reinvented it. Now probably again people are buying the Bajaj scooter. So again a type 2. Any other example? बहुत सारे example है Indian market में. हैं? Ambassador, हाँ, Ambassadors, so Ambassador car. So at a time it was an icon, but hardly now. अब तो खैर Ambassador car कोई लेता भी नहीं. ठीक है? HCL. I will give you one more example of type 2 error. That is your HMT. कभी सुना है? Hindustan Machine Tool. It used to manufacture very good watches. ठीक है? इसके लिए कहा जाता है, अगर HMT पे देखोगे ना तो उसकी टाइप लाइन थी, टाइम कीपर्स ऑफ इंडिया. लोग डावरी में ये घड़ी मांगते थे, टाइम कीपर्स ऑफ इंडिया. थोड़ा सा गूगल सर्च करना अबाउट HMT and you will notice. And probably HMT could not invest in big time. They kept on making the same kind of product, and probably now no one buys HMT, and अब तो शायद HMT में ताला भी लग गया. Any other example? Mobile market पर भरा ही पड़ा Micromax. So again, Micromax at a time it was very hit, but then again now no one is using Micromax phone. कुछ और? Snapdeal. क्या है Snapdeal? ई-कॉमर्स प्लेटफॉर्म. उसमें ताला लग गया है क्या? उसको किसी ने खरीद लिया होगा. टेक ओवर पे, टेक ओवर तो ठीक है, अच्छा नहीं था, ठीक है, probably it could not invest. ठीक है, so I hope people realize if अगर कोई इंटरव्यू में पूछता which error is costly, type 1 और type 2 both of them are costly. दोनों costly हैं. Only thing is in type 2 error you may not realize the losses upfront, but if you keep on making type 2 error, no new product would be launched and you would be gradually phased out of the market. एक और एग्जांपल मुझे याद आता है एटलस के साइकिल्स. कोई खरीदता ही नहीं है, ठीक है, because they could not invest in the new thing, right? They could not launch the new product. वही सेम स्टैंडर्ड साइकिल वैसे वाली बनाता था, खत्म हो गया, ठीक है. ठीक है, I hope this is clear to you. So क्या करना है, हाइपोथेसिस में कुछ और डिस्कस करना है या एसक्यूएल की तरफ मूव करें? Want to discuss more? थोड़ा जोर से बोलोगे? नहीं, और एग्जांपल तो नहीं, फिर नया हाइपोथेसिस मिला. Type on error slide. Slide तो ऐसा कुछ नहीं लिखा है. Slide as in you want to see the paint window. मैंने तो वो हटा दिया, मुश्किल है मिलना. Okay, let's do one thing, guys. Let's practice. So, please make one note. I don't want to go very further into hypothesis as of now because otherwise we will start mixing few things. एक note ले लो. Remember me, remind me. So a day will come when we will do all this. Whatever we have done, we will do in Python. We'll see what is hypothesis testing, how to do in Python. So at that time, remind me about chi-square and remind me about ANOVA. ठीक है? Please make a note. जो leader है, note down कर लो. Remind me that chi-square and ANOVA. You will remind me and then I will cover up. ठीक है? Because if I cover chi-square and ANOVA and you are not able to do in Python, that will not make much sense. ठीक है? So at that point, I will again cover up chi-square and ANOVA. Again, they are part of your hypothesis only. ठीक है? ये कब रिमाइंड कराओगे? ये जब तुम्हारा बेसिक पाइथन खत्म हो जाएगा, पाइथन की कोडिंग के बाद, ठीक है ना? तब मेरे को याद दिलाना कि हमें हाइपोथेसिस करना है पाइथन में, है ना? वैसे मुझे याद भी रहेगा, बट नहीं याद रहता है तो याद दिलाओ मेरे को. We'll see that. But what I want to introduce as of now, guys, please once again, I want to introduce the how to see the Z tables. How to see the Z tables. Okay? How to see your Z table. So it is something like you have your log table, sine table, cos table. Similarly, you have your Z tables. Similarly, you have your Z tables. Okay? Let's try take one problem and then probably let's see. कल से SQL करेंगे. कोई प्रॉब्लम?
No.
Okay. Now probably I will combine my x minus mu by SD with probability. A random variable is normally distributed with mean of 177 and a standard deviation of 6.4. Find the probability that value falls between 166 and 185. So please this question को जल्दी से note down कर लो within 30 seconds and let's quickly discuss. So if you draw this diagram, the diagram would be something like this, right? I am saying it is normally distributed. So this would be your 177. 166 कहाँ पे आएगा? 166 would be somewhere over your left hand side. 185 would be somewhere over on your right hand side. Find the probability that value falls between 166 and 185. So basically, I am interested in this region. Correct? इस region में मैं interested हूँ. I am interested in this region. Now, how can I find the probability? How can I find the probability? So if I can do something like this, if I apply this formula x minus mu upon ST. So for 166, what would be the formula? For 166, I will say 166 minus 177 upon 6.4. जल्दी से please इसकी value बताओ कितनी होती है?
1.71.
Minus 1.7. 1.7?
1.
1.7?
7.1 so.
7.1. Okay, ठीक है. So, and how would this 177 be represented? 177 minus 177 divided by standard deviation. So this would be nothing but 0. तो ये 0 आ जाएगा. 185 को कैसे represent करेंगे on the Z scale? It would be represented as 185 minus 177 upon 6.4. What's the value? Give me in 2 digits after decimal.
1.25.
1.25. Okay. So basically now I want to find the area of this region. This 1 point, ये कितना था मैंने सही से लिखा दिया. Minus 1.71, right?
Yes sir.
7. Okay. Minus 1.71. Since I have converted my, will people agree that these values are unitless? ये data unitless हो गया, right? So it means I can use my Z tables now. Z tables will give you the answer in probabilities. Probabilities में answer. Z table will give you answer in probabilities. Please इसको note down करो. Z table will give you answer in probability. And one more thing which you need to remember and never forget. The value would be for less than equal to. Value would be for less than or equal to. इतना करा सबने? Value would be for less than or equal to. Okay. So basically what we will do is we will go to the Google and say Z table. Z table लिखो जरा. Go to the Google and say Z table. And I'll tell you how to see your Z tables. So say your Z table and click on any one of them. It will take a little bit effort, but I should be able to get it. कोई एक अच्छी सी Z table open हो जाए. Okay. Can I put a snipper over here? Now everyone please have a look very closely and I'll only repeat once. ठीक है, ध्यान से देखो. Can you notice Z written over here? There would be little strain on your eyes, but as of now put it. And then do you notice the values? Different numbers are there, right? What is the value which I want to find? First of all, I want to look for minus 1.71. Minus 1.71. So 1.7 minus 1.71 is nothing but minus 1.7 and then 0.1. So minus 1.7 is coming from here. You start moving in this line. And this is your 0.01. So this becomes your intersection. So value becomes 0.04363. समझ में आ रहा है सबको कैसे देखा? Suppose, can you tell me what would be the value for 3 minus 3.28? What would be the value for minus 3.28? So for minus 3.28, what I will do, first of all, I'll take 3.2 and then I'll take 0.08. And what would be the intersection of them? Ye hoga. Right? So this would be the value. This is how you see your Z table. Just for practice purpose, can someone tell me what would be the value for minus 2.66? Minus 2. Let's say 67. Minus 2.67 की value कितनी होगी? So for minus 2.67, I will take first of all minus 0.26 and then you start moving, and then you get your 7, right? Iska intersection dal do. So the value, sorry, not this one, but this one, right? 0.00379. 0.00379. Is it clear how to see the Z table? Now, this is one part, another part. So what was our value of reference? Our value was 1.71. What was the value corresponding to 1.71? It was 0.04363. 0.04363. अब इस डायग्राम में वापस आ जाओ. So 0.03 कितना था? 0.04363. 0.04363. So this represents which area? Let me tell you, this represents which area? I'm putting some areas. Let's say this one, this one. This value represents which area? Does it represent A, B or C? किसको represent करता है? It represents your A. It represents your A. Remember, it is for less than or equal to. It is for less than or equal to. So what does this 0.40363 means? It means if a random variable has a mean, guys, please baat nahi karo, 1 second. If a variable has a mean of 177, a standard deviation of 6.4, then there is 0.04363 probability that values are less than or equal to how much? No, 166. Values are less than or equal to 166 because 166 को हम 1.7 से represent कर रहे हैं, but actual value is still 166 only. Now is it clear? After writing this statement, ये statement सब लोग please लिखो. Draw the diagram and write this statement. There is 0.04363 probability that values are less than or equal to 166. सही लिखना. Hmm. 0.04363 is the probability that values are less than or equal to 166. See, again, try understanding it. 166 was represented as minus 1.71. We checked the values for minus 1.71. We got the probability. And this Z table gives you less than or equal to. So in the table I have seen for 1.71, but this 1.71 represents 166, right? So there is 0.04363 probability that values are less than or equal to 166. Similarly, can we find the value for 1.25? Can we find the value for 1.25? in this table, they have given the values for minus. Let's see the another table where there. So what value I need to find for 1.25? Can I find it like this only? 1.25. Can I say the answer is coming around 0.8944? 0.8944. Those who are still not clear, I'll take the snippet for them. Okay, so for which one I need to find? I need to find for 1.25. For 1.25, right? So for 1.25, I will take 1.2 from here and 0.05 from here. So what is the intersection point? Can I say this is 0.8944? 0.8944? Now, what does this 0.8944 represents? 0.8944 is the probability that values are less than or equal to how much? Equal to 185. 185. What do I want to find? I want to find what is the probability that it lies between 166 and 185. Do I have the final answer? तो क्या करना चाहिए? See, अब बहुत सिंपल सा है, अगर थोड़ा सा दिमाग लगाओगे ना, minus, yes, you just need to do minus. So for this one, it was how much? 0.0343. 0.0343. For this one, it was 0.8944. What is this point? Up, guys, एक second, जिसको अभी भी समझ में नहीं आया है. What does this 0.0343 means? This red region indicates your 0.0343. Red को मैं green से लिख रहा हूँ. Red plus green. Red plus green is nothing but equal to 0.8944 because it is less than or equal to, and I only want the green region. I only want the green region, which is between your what? Between your 166 and 185. So what should I do? Just from this diagram, I can say I will subtract it. I'll say 0.8944 minus 0.0343. Give me the answer, please. Eight five. यहाँ पे 6 नहीं आएगा. 9.
4363.
अच्छा 4363. अच्छा यहाँ पे 4 है. ओके ठीक है. So this would be
8507.
ठीक है. इसको हटा. Tell me the exact number. 0.0363. ठीक है. 3 डिजिट तक ही रखते हैं. तो ये this would be 8, right? 0.85, or you can just say 0.85. So there is 85% chance that the values would be lying between 1.7 values would be lying between 166 and 185. Is everyone clear how to see the Z table and how to make the interpretation? Clear, guys? So this is the final answer. Okay. Any doubt, any questions, class? Please go down. Okay, let's take one question for the practice one. करो. Can you solve it? Within 5 minutes please solve करो. 5 minutes भी ज्यादा बोलना. 2 minutes maximum. और इस बार मैं पूछूंगा लोगों से आंसर. कोई और मुझे नहीं बताएगा. मैं जिसका नाम लूंगा वो बताएगा. वो बताएगा और वही आके समझाएगा. अपने बाजू वाले को पूछो क्या आंसर. क्या आंसर क्यों नहीं आया? तुम्हारे आगे वाले को पूछो. व्हाट इज आंसर? क्या कर रहे हो? अगर 91% कंफ्यूज कर रहा है तो लेट्स से 91 मार्क्स जो है तुम्हारे वो 0 to 100 के बीच में ही है, ठीक है ना? मार्क्स 0 to 100। क्या है, कितना आंसर? 0.142। 90 और 91? 91 के लिए निकाला है, 90 के लिए निकाला है? 91। ओके, टेल मी योर आंसर। सो व्हाट्स योर आंसर? 0.142। ओके ठीक है, 3 डिजिट तक डेसिमल में। व्हाट अबाउट अदर्स? बाकी लोगों ने किसने निकाला? सो ध्रुव इज सेइंग 0.0977। उसका आंसर तो तुमसे काफी डिफरेंट आ रहा है। 0.0। हाउ मच इज द आंसर? 0.0977। 0.0977। व्हाट अबाउट यू? 0.77। 0.85। ओके ठीक है, 0.8577। सो +1। इसके दो लोगों ने इसको सपोर्ट किया है। अब सोचो क्या सबके आंसर तो सही नहीं हो सकते? कुछ ने तो गलत करा ही है, हो सकता है सबने गलत करा। 0.8577 गौरव इज सेइंग, सो इसको मेक इट एज 3। व्हाट अबाउट अदर्स? तुम दोनों का यार इतना कितना कैलकुलेशन कर रहे हो? मैंने कोई 10 डिजिट्स के मल्टीप्लीकेशन थोड़ी ना दे दिए हैं। x माइनस म्यू अपॉन एस टी लगाना है। इनमें से दिखने में एक ही आंसर सही लग रहा है, मैं बोलूंगा नहीं कौन सा, लेकिन देख के लग रहा है कि हाँ एक आंसर सही है। व्हाट अबाउट यू टू? बोला तुम लोग ने आंसर कितना है? 0.85। लास्ट पर्सन 0.5। यू आर सेइंग 50% चांस। ओके चलो 0.5। ऐसे नंबर्स लाते कहां से वो है? 0.3577। अरे बाप रे, ये बिल्कुल ही नया नंबर है। रेड शर्ट, रेड टी शर्ट, सॉरी, कितना है? योर नेम 1.07। भाई क्या प्रोबेबिलिटी कभी 1 से ज्यादा हो सकती है? कुछ तो सोच के बोला करो। 0.087। okay, I am getting one answer on the chat window. So Siddharth is saying 0.8577. Gaurav is also saying 0.8577. 0.8577. 0.8577. Huh? 0.8576. Okay, close by. 0.85769. 0.85769 और देखिए कितने आंसर आ सकते हैं। एक काम करो, सारे नंबर बोल दो, कोई तो सही होगा ही। तुम्हारे लिए वेट कर रहा हूं मैं जब से। 0.857 निकाला है या लोगों का देख के बोल दिया? पक्का? चलो ठीक है, कोई बात नहीं। अच्छा चलो, अच्छा नाउ ऑल ऑफ आउट ऑफ दीज आंसर्स either one of them or none of them would be right. It means मैक्सिमम के आंसर तो गलत होने ही वाला है। ठीक है, मैक्सिमम के आंसर तो गलत होने ही वाले हैं। सी, बड़ा सिंपल सा क्वेश्चन था, इससे टफ क्वेश्चन तो हमने भी जस्ट हैंडल किया। आई एम सेइंग इट इज नॉर्मली डिस्ट्रीब्यूटेड, तो सबने डायग्राम ड्रॉ किया था। अगर किसी ने डायग्राम ड्रॉ नहीं किया तो फ्रॉम हियर ऑनवर्ड्स प्लीज स्टार्ट ड्रॉइंग द डायग्राम, दैट विल गिव यू द क्लैरिटी। ठीक है, ड्रॉ द डायग्राम। व्हाट वाज द मीन? मीन वाज 76, so let's say 76 over here. Where would be 91? 91 कहाँ पे आएगा? Can I say it would be on the right hand side? Right. So how would this 91 be represented? 91 would be represented as 91 minus 76 upon standard deviation, that is your 14. इसकी वैल्यू कितनी आती है? 1.07। अच्छा, इसने ये 1.07 वो बताया था, है? ठीक है, अभी उसने एग्जैक्ट टेबल शायद नहीं दिखा था। ठीक है, बेचारा बेकार में समझने में आ गया उसको। ठीक है, 1.07, लेकिन थोड़ा टाइम से देखना था ना। 1.07 1.07। Okay, so for 1.07, what would be the value? Can I say for 1.07 the value is 0.8577? 0.8577। अब ध्यान नहीं दिया। I am saying you get marks more than 91. 0.8577 will represent this area, this green area. It is less than or equal to. What do you want to find? You want to find this blue area. So this blue area is nothing but 1 minus 0.8577. 0.142. So सिर्फ एक इंसान का आंसर सही है। वो योर नेम? शुभम। सो शुभम ने जो है सही आंसर दिया। आज ही आया है क्लास में, लेकिन सही आंसर दिया। ठीक है, do you notice you will get marks more than 91? And remember, I have just told you the Z table gives you the value for less than or equal to. याद आ रहा है? So from the Z table you are getting the values for the green area, and you want to find the value for the this blue area. So answer would be 1 minus 0.8577. लोग बिल्कुल पास में आके रुक गए। वो कछुआ था ना? नहीं, कछुआ नहीं, खरगोश पास में आके बैठ जाता है और सो जाता है। एक्चुअली सबने बिल्कुल सही तक पहुंच गए थे, लेकिन एक स्टेप छूट गया लास्ट वाला। Z table, again I am saying Z table gives you less than or equal to. It gives you less than or equal to. You want to find more than. किसी ने इस more पे ध्यान नहीं दिया था? More than 91. So for more than 91, what you will do? You will say 1 minus whatever value you have got from the Z table, 0.8577. That is the final. जो वैल्यू मिलता है लेस देन और इक्वल टू मिलता है, राइट? रिमेंबर 65 के लिए हमने दोनों को माइनस किया था, तब बीच का एरिया आया था, याद आ रहा है? ध्यान से देखो, पिछला वाला डायग्राम लोगों के पास हैंडी है जो प्रीवियस एग्जांपल में लिया था? सो इन लास्ट एग्जांपल ये वाली वैल्यू क्या थी? मीन वाज 0 एंड व्हाट वाज द वैल्यू ओवर हियर? माइनस 1.71 ना, and over here it was 1.25. What was the p value for minus 1.71? 0.04363. What was the p value for this? 0.8944. And remember, to get in this between area, what have we done? We have subtracted 0.0436 from 0.8944. Why? Because 0.8944 अब ध्यान से देखना, 0.8944 represents the entire area on your left hand side. 0.346 represents the entire area on this side. ठीक है, it is always less than or equal to. ठीक है, ठीक है. So we'll end the session over here. And सबके पास ये वाला इंस्टॉलेशन है, MySQL का इंस्टॉलेशन. MySQL वर्कबेंच इंस्टॉल करके लेके आओ. ठीक है, इस बैच में कुछ लोगों के पास ऑलरेडी इंस्टॉल्ड है ना MySQL वर्कबेंच इंस्टॉल करके लेके. What I'll do is I'll share one PPT which will help you installation. Okay, see those who have already installed the MySQL, that is okay. Those who haven't installed it, I am sharing this PPT. ये PPT मैंने ही बनाया. Go through this PPT and you would be able to install your MySQL workbench. ठीक है, it's an open software. ठीक है, so for tomorrow's session, prerequisite would be that people should have installed the MySQL workbench. ठीक है, जो क्लास का लीडर है, give me your email ID. I'll send it to you. You will send it to others. अभी शेयर करूंगा, मेल भेजूंगा. स्पेलिंग बताओगे? RHUL PATIL 0327 and your email ID @gmail. Give me one more email ID. दो लोगों को भेज देता हूँ, अगर किसी एक को नहीं मिला. हाँ, tell me. VSS VSK इतना कॉम्प्लिकेटेड ईमेल आईडी है? ठीक है, कोई तुम्हें ईमेल भेजेगा तो सोचेगा मशीन को भेज रहा है. ठीक है, बट दैट इज योर चॉइस. चेक करो, ईमेल भेज दिया. ठीक है, मेक श्योर एवरीवन गेट्स इट. ठीक है, अपने व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप या व्हाटएवर उसमें डाल देना जिनके पास SQL वर्कबेंच नहीं है. ठीक है, इंस्टॉल योर MySQL वर्कबेंच एंड टुमारो विल स्टार्ट विद द रेसिपी. कुछ कोडिंग कर लेते हैं ना. So, ठीक है guys, thank you for joining. We'll end the session now and tomorrow let's meet at 8:30.